Testing 1, 2. All right, looks like it's coming in good. All right. I need to get my desk cleared. I should have spent some time today cleaning up my desk. There's so many things I know what I want to do. I just need to do them. Anyway, now that this is live on YouTube, I'm going to go ahead and get the YouTube link. Margo! Can I make a playlist here on YouTube? No, I don't want to switch account. Go back. Content. Let's see. Live. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Add playlist. New playlist. TLS router. There we go. Boom. All right, now there's a playlist for this video of Bob as well. Wait, no, that was not it. That was not it. Let's go back and try that again. Where were we at? Spaghetti Western, Symphonic, Vaporware. No, that one was something down tempo, I think is what it was called. That was called down tempo. Okay. And let's see how many things are on the list here. Many players telling me it's got 25, so we should be good there. All right, I'm going to go ahead and kick things off, get this started. All right, let's do it. All right, so I'll go ahead and get chat restarted as well. I don't expect a lot of viewers tonight because most people are doing something else on Saturday night. But I want to go ahead and get this thing further along. Oh, I had this up instead of this. This is, no, that's not what I wanted. I don't know. I was going to have something else up. Anyway. CertMagic, blah, 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 blah. Okay, we probably need to get out of most of this. We got CertMagic. Custom HTTP challenge handler. Nope, not going to do it. Telebit internals we might still take a look at, but I can come back to them if we need them. We're not going to compare those. Context, proxy protocol. This is all stuff I was looking up last time. It's still on the screen from looking up last time. Let's just go ahead and get out of it. Should have done this as part of the warm-up, but I forgot. Because I forget. Okay, that we're going to need pretty soon. Oh, one thing I wanted to see is... that this was still... Was it this one? No. This one should still be running just fine. We shouldn't be having any problems. It reconnected probably just because this tab had gone to sleep, and the reason we got the error there was a CORS error because of the port number, not because of any problem with the proxy. Okay, so application source code for TLS con. Okay, source code for S client. Those are just some name stuff. Yeah, just some name stuff. I think this had code we might be copying more from. Maybe not. All right, I am going to try throwing some AI at the problem and see what we get. So the next problem we got to solve is we got to get certificates integrated into this. So we should automatically be loading certificates on the fly if the backend is a terminating backend. So, and I gotta take my shoes off. I don't know why, but I just do. Just gotta take them off. They're bothering me for some reason. Ultimately, I want to have database certificate management. I want to use Postgres. I really want to use either Postgres or SQLite. I don't want to use SQLite because we don't have an implementation of SQLite in Go. Now, maybe with Terso, maybe people will start considering that type of thing more seriously in the future. But for right now, nobody wants to redo SQLite and Go. But once there's a real test suite, if Terso's test suite turns out to work with both SQLite and Limbo, then, you know, who knows what the future could hold. Also, I'm taking a minute to observe my shrimp and my snail. My shrimp is eating. I put in some algae that's been drying out for about a month because it's supposed to work as food as well. So it was growing too much in one tank and I pulled it out and just let it dry. And yeah. So anyway. All right, here we go. Let's get started. So we've got the matchers, we find some backends, we add up the backends. No, this is all happening as part of the prep. And I've been thinking more about how to handle the configuration. I've been thinking about a very non-conventional way of handling the configuration that feels, despite the fact that I say, you know, I don't like these things turning into programming languages, that feels like Go routing. So imagine that if you did this, you know, domain.com/blah, and then here would be, you know, your root would be like this, / or / or / whatever. Right? Imagine this, and then you could say we're only going to allow gets. Or we could say if there's a post, and I would do it JSON. So it'd be more like this. And ultimately, I just think JSON's the right solution. But it would look something like this. And then we'd say, oops. This, and I think you could allow this. You could say and get would probably include head. I think that would be fair. But get and head. are included together because they go together, because heads just, hey, what's the get of this? So I think that that's fair. And then we could have like a head false if necessary. But having something like this, and so then we would say, let's say proxy HTTPS 92.168.1.101/API/blah. Something like that. I don't know. No matter what you do, it's going to grow into a monstrosity. But I'm thinking something like this, where it's minimal and obvious and focused around common use cases. Because the goal here is we're building something custom. We're building something that's use case specific. And the tools that come out of this should be, just build your own thing that's use case specific. Or hire us to add that feature. But when you're not trying to add things generically, when you've got a real clear focus in mind, it's just so much easier to program. I think that most people know that. I think most people that have programmed have reached that conclusion, and it does seem pretty intuitive. If you're trying, it's the old XKCD salt. The general problem. There we go. Can you pass the salt? I said, I know, I'm developing a system to pass you arbitrary condiments. It's been 20 minutes. It'll save time in the long run, but does it? So, yeah, we want to be as specific as possible and not generic as possible. We don't want to solve everybody's problem. We want to solve our problem and maybe one step beyond our current problem. Like, be able to use future sight to a small degree, but mostly we just want to solve our problem. Anyway. All right, so where were we? There was slow match. Yeah, there's some problems that I have with wildcard matching and stuff. And we may have to sort that out. We might have to adjust the config syntax or some such. But I also think it would be very simple to maintain multiple config files. Because essentially you have some sort of normalize function, and if you update the internal structure, then you just update the normalize function, and there's going to be some cases where that could lead to ambiguity, so you just make a decision and not make it ambiguous because you've got the power to do that, right? Maybe. Anyway, so one thing that I haven't tested yet, but I am curious to test, is what happens when we just disconnect the backend? So the backend was connected, now it's not connected, and it doesn't look like we're outputting that error, or maybe we don't have keep alive set. I guess keep alive is every 15 seconds. I think we have keep alive set. So keep alive config, enable true, and then count 9. I think that's how many failed attempts before keep alive is considered to be, like, the thing's considered to be dead. Since we are doing this on our own backend, I think our count should probably be closer to 2. Whoops. Which would be what? 9 would be, what's 15 times 9? 15 times 8 is 30 times 4 is 60 times 2. So 120 seconds. That's 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Did you like my math on that one? I liked my math on that one. All right. Again, I don't know why when I'm saving, it's always taking me to this line. I don't know what's special about this line. Oh, I do. Something in the config doesn't like this \n, this new line character inside of a string. It never makes it. Okay, here we see it said static check fail, but it didn't say why it failed. And I think that something went wrong and it failed on that line, but that's probably because my vim config needs to be updated, but I hate updating my vim config. And people say use NeoVim, but it's like, no, I don't want to update the config, period. Like, it's not like, oh, I wish I had more fun updating my config. My updating, like, it's a tool. It's not a playground. It's not like, oh, you know what I want to do today? I was thinking about coding, but I'd rather write my editor. No, it's just not at the layer where I want to be. When people, I guess people find that crazy. They're like, what? You want to use Vim, but you don't want to write Vim? You just want to use it? Well, yes, I just want to use Vim. I don't want to write Vim. Bah. All right, anyway, so we got our normalized config. No, where do we need to go? This is 568. This is lint config, normalized config. All right, let's go back to, I don't know, one of our first instances of TLS or something. Con, backends. I put in here round robin. There we go. Round robin. So we have a very simple round robin that probably doesn't even work. If not, compare and swap. So what I have here is essentially the second to last, because we would add one. Just to make this maybe more clear, I could do this, because this is the reason that we're subtracting one here, is because we're going to add one here. So we're going to compare it to n minus 1 essentially. And we want to do this, we want to do that operation before we do this operation. Anyway. So this is about where we need to do, okay, so if not terminate TLS, then return error do not terminate. That's what we're handling presently. But if we do terminate TLS, this is to do. Handle CertMagic. So this is where CertMagic comes into play. Oh, okay, so let's go look at CertMagic. And hope I don't hate my life. This makes it so much more complicated when we terminate TLS, because then we have to use a reverse proxy, which is why we're going to look at the telebit code, because I'm already using the reverse proxy and telebit code. And we have to use CertMagic, and we have to, there's something else we have to do as well. All right. I don't want to do any of that. Too many features. I don't know if that's what I actually want to use. All right. And I want to use a default. I do want to do that. I don't want to use a listener. I don't want to create a TLS config. I don't want to use a new cache. Maybe I want to do this. Yeah, I do want to do this. I don't want to do that. Okay, we do need to handle the protos. Get certificate, magic.get certificate. How did we create a new magic instance? Magic is CertMagic new, CertMagic config. Okay, so this is where we need to start. We're just gonna to-do move to cert comp function, maybe. What's up? Oh, you brought me cookie dough. What amazing little girl I have. Thank you so much. Oh, that's a big chunk of cookie dough. Thank you. That is magical, sweetie. This is magic right here. Thank you, sweetie. That's okay. Close the door. Don't let the mosquitoes in. Thank you. Okay. Oh. If you have not had brown butter cookies, you deserve to have brown butter cookies. The nice thing about brown butter cookies is they taste good even when they're cooked. So it's not just the dough that's good, the cookie's good too. Because I find that cooking cookie dough normally ruins it. But not these. Excuse me while I enjoy this. Oh, so good. If only it were a little colder. I like it when it comes out of the fridge. But I think there's a certain flavor that you only get when it's fresh, so, you know. So good. I kind of wish I weren't on stream so I could have had that a little more slowly. I guess I could have had a little more slowly anyway. Nobody's stopping me. You're not stopping me. But anyway. Okay. So CertMagic config. All right, I need to go look at the Go doc for this. This reads too much like a story. I just want the facts, ma'am. Where's my config? All right. Ooh. What is the global default? Don't tell me when the global default's good and then not tell me what it is. Come on, man. Okay. Although that clarification was quite nice. Because I actually would have thought that it was the other way. That it would be how far into the lifetime, not how much lifetime is left. Well, wait, renewal, window ratio, whatever. Okay, on event. Yeah, we're going to need this one. All right. All right. I don't think we want that. Actually, I like on demand. That makes sense. Reactive lady pass, like none of that. Lazy makes sense, but on demand makes the most sense. Or dynamic. Okay, wait, to mitigate pinning. I don't know exactly what that means. Standard key generator, as long as that's... Actually, I really don't care. Search selection. All right. I would really like to know more about this OSCP thing. I've never really looked into it because I think Caddy's the only thing that handles it. So there's never been a good reason for me to learn more about it. Yeah, okay. Disable storage check. I'm glad it's there, but I won't be using that. I don't think we need to worry about that. I don't know what ARI is. That's something new. All right, logger. Okay, cool. So let's see what new default config does for us. Well, hit the wrong button. Meant to hit Command F and I hit Command H. Come on, you don't tell me what the defaults are? Come on! What? Yeah, multiple configs. Use new. You can make your own cache first. All right. All right, so we need to use new. All right, cert cache. right, let's see what new default sets. New cache. Okay, good. Ah, I see, I see. So we're going to have to manage probably a sync map of this, or maybe we can put it in a channel or something. All right. Not super clear. Git config for cert. New default. How is that going to work? Default cache. So default cache is defined somewhere up higher. Cert cache is default cache. Wait, but where did default cache get defined? Default cache. Okay, default cache is global. All right. New with cache, cert cache. Why is the default cache? Git config for cert. Git config for cert, okay. A certificate cache is required. New with cache. Cert cache default. What is default again? Default is the config. Okay, default config. Now show the whole thing. Come on now. Oh. See, this is how documentation should be written, everybody. Documentation should not be a separate thing. It should just be generated from the code. That is something that I love about being able to explore Go code like this. GoDoc is one of the best parts of Go, hands down. All right, default, along with all the other parts of Go. Okay. Default file storage, default key generator, default logger. Right, where's default key generator? I was curious about that one. Default key generator, standard key generator. Okay, so P256 is RSA. So my guess is that... Oh, really now? Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind. Okay, that's what I was expecting. I was thinking that that would be EC256, not P256. I thought P was for RSA with padding, but no. Okay, that's cool. I would be really interested to see what's the support in web browsers. I wonder why. I don't know that that's true. I don't think that that's true. I think that P256 is considered very secure. But anyway, I don't need to dig into that. I just wanted to know if we had good support for it yet, because it's now ubiquitous for SSH. So I think this right here is the preference order. That when this is supported, that's what we'll want to be the default. Then P256, P384 doesn't really make a difference. You're not... It's one of these what's infinity versus infinity times infinity. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, you end up with a bigger infinity, but wasn't infinity big enough to begin with? Because there are larger and smaller infinities, you know. Anyway, we would be fine with P128. We don't even need P126. There is no P128. But, yeah. Because remember, P256 isn't twice as big as P1, or sorry, 256-bit encryption is not twice as strong as 128-bit encryption. Rather, it is 2 to the 128 times stronger. So, yeah. Anyway, okay, got that. Now I understand what that's about. All right, default file storage. I am interested to know what this is. File storage, data dir. Oh, here we go. I wouldn't have thought to do that in one line like that. But it's very idiomatic. It makes sense. I just don't think I would have thought to do it. Cool. So I do think that I want to change this. So I'm going to copy this function out because we're probably going to... We're going to use a function like this. We're just going to change it from CertMagic to TLS router. And then we're going to do this one. All right, I do need in here to put where we're getting the magic from. And this is package CertMagic. Okay. So then I think it's fair to actually just use the GitHub URL in this case. How's it going? What's up? How you doing? What are you up to? What brings you here? Oops, obviously that's not correct. All right, now it's going to gripe like, we don't have a copy of this. Brr. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do go mod tidy. Then you're going to get a copy of it. Boom. Interesting that it uses xsys Unix. I'm curious to see why that is. Let's go into CertMagic more specifically. GitHub, Caddy server, CertMagic. Interesting. Oh, I think it's used for, I remember looking at this. There was something that it was doing to get something about the CPU info, maybe CPU ID or something like that. And I think, yeah, there it is. There it is right there. So I actually would like to eliminate this dependency because but I don't quite know how. Because all that was needed for this is something very specific. I don't remember what it was, but this just has so much extra stuff in it. I mean, it's a very good module. I think that it's well written. It's just what I remember Caddy using this for was something so small it seems like, oh, you know, really you just need one function. You don't need the whole module. But then I think that it actually ends up being not that easy. So, yeah. Or is it CertMagic? And then also this Blake 3, I would get rid of Blake 3. If it's not good enough for the, here's the thing, if it's not good enough for the standard library, is it really, do you really need it that much? Because if Blake 3 was this incredible hashing algorithm, don't you think that it would be in the standard library? Obviously, not everything can go into the standard library. There's only so much that the Go maintainers can maintain, but it would at least be in the, well, and maybe it is in the extended standard library. Let's see. X Go Blake 3. Add Blake 3 support. Let's see why they didn't do this. Yeah, there we go. No one has published a proper crypto analysis. Yeah, okay. Well, wait, is Blake 3 supposed to be crypto safe? Because there's some hashes that are not meant to be. I think this one is. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's just an AI summary, so who knows if it's true. I wonder if Bruce Schneier has anything to say on it. Well, hello, hello. Oh, thank you so much. All right, thank you, sweetie. Mmm. Mmm. Cookies and milk, ladies and gents. That's the good life. Thank you, wife. Mmm. There we go. Okay, yeah. So I like Bruce Schneier because he's somebody that people respect. And he's highly skeptical. So, okay, let's see. I want to rephrase this. What does Bruce Schneier have to say about Blake 3? Yes, SHA 1, we know we need something different. I think the thing about Blake is it's supposed to be faster. Okay. So, sometimes being slow is a benefit of hashing, and sometimes being fast is a benefit of hashing. So, an ideal file ID would be something that's very fast to hash and very, very unique, right? Mm. Okay. So where are we at? So we got a whole bunch of indirect dependencies, some of which I'd rather drop. Do we really need multi-error? Yeah. But this is a testament to Matt Holt's code design. Look how few dependencies there are in here, and they all make sense. A couple of them are his own: 0SSL, libDNS, ACME. The CPU ID is something that it seems like you could just copy over a function and do it, but there's so much nuance to it. And that module, the CPU ID module, is very small, so that would make sense. Mike G DNS, that one's very well known, very well respected in the community. And so the DNS module that comes with Go is a little more, let's say, user-friendly. Whereas the Big G, yeah, milk and cookies with love, baby. That's right. This one is actually a lower level implementation that allows you to twiddle more the nerd knobs. Not really nerd knobs, because it's not about performance, but it's like stuff that you need to do when you're working at a low level with DNS, not just to query, you know, can I resolve this to a domain, but you're doing more detailed stuff with it. Multi-error, I'm not so sure about. Multi-error and zap, I'd like to know why they're included in here. Because what's wrong with the logging in the standard library? I know there's a ton of logging libraries, but I don't understand why. Anyway, and the rest of these are all in the extended standard library, so they're all good to me. All right, Zebo Blake 3 was used by what? That was just CPU ID, or what was it? Hold on. Let's try that again. Zebo. Okay, Caddy server, crypto. All right, so why did Caddy server bring it in? Hash certificate chain. Okay. I could see maybe using this for its speed. Because you want this operation to be faster because it's for internal storage. But I wouldn't do it. The reason I wouldn't do it personally is because I want this to be compatible with other things. Like if I'm going to create a storage format that has to go over the wire somewhere, I don't want my protocol to be dependent on things that are non-standard. So I wonder how many times this is called. Is that really that big of a deal? I might make a fork of CertMagic again. Okay. Let's see, where is this? Hash certificate chain is being done as part of what? I mean, the other thing is just being part of fill cert from Leaf. Oh, bless me. Oh, cert.hash. But where is cert.hash used then? Cert.hash is used all over the place. Okay. That makes sense. Is it in the cache? Cert cache. .cache. Yeah. I would be really interested to learn more about this. You know, why I'm just going to go check out. I want to stay on target with the code, but this is also a passion project for me as well. I mean, I have a real business use case for it, but yeah, I'm coding it late night on Saturday because I am. I'm just going to click on this one. What does Blake 3 have to do with this? Okay. So I wonder if there's any discussion. All right, let's see. Why did Caddy server choose to use Blake 3 as Matt Holt or any other team member made a statement about this? We might have to try the community forums as well. All right, let's try. For these types of questions, I find Jippity to be pretty good. I should probably try Grok more just to see. Yeah, okay, let's try Caddy community. What does this have to do with anything? Okay, why? Yeah, I think this is what got Matt started on this. So I think this is kind of full circle for him, if I'm not mistaken. It's kind of weird though, you know, because Caddy's gone through so many different life cycles. But in the beginning, I think he just wanted an easier way to run PHP without all the weird stuff you have to do with the the mod PHP and Apache and all that. I remember it being important in one of our first conversations. You know, that being one of the sticking points. So here it is, you know, almost 15 years later. And that's kind of cool. That's really, really cool. That's like the dream come true. Props. All right, let's see if I can log in. Can I use a passkey? Nope. Can I sign in with... Nope. Can I sign in with GitHub, maybe? Okay. I can sign in. Okay, so... let's search. How do we search here? Okay, here we go. Lake 3. No results found? Like none? None? No results found? What? Okay, sure. Just... okay. All right, let's try again. I want to make sure that there really only was one place. Yeah. Wait, what was it saying? Maybe this is only internal. Maybe it doesn't go out to... let's see. Oh, how do we say Bruce Schneier? Schneier? Schneer. Schneer? How do we... Let's see. So I can't talk and write at the same time, which seems very unlikely. So how do I say this without being derogatory? Just end it there. All right. Maintainership. That is a correct word. Okay, good. Title must be at least 15 characters. What? There we go. Two what's? What? What did I say? Why does CertMagic use, like, there we go, create topic. Two what's what? Oh, and I should say rationale with an E at the end. You know, correct spelling. Down the bottom. Down the bottom. 2 months. I hate this. I abso-freaking-lutely hate this. And some of the caddy team and I have had little spats, little vitriolic, bitter spats over this stupid thing. Because so I fight for the users, right? I am just a person on the outside coming in. And I don't care what your moralistic rationale is. The truth of the matter is, when I type in search terms, it takes me to a place, okay? You don't control it. I don't control it. You cannot rewrite search engines and AI to make them give the user the correct page of the documentation, right? So you can't have a hissy fit. Oh, well, the search engines are wrong. Well, it doesn't matter because I can't change it and you can't change it. So I have resurrected dead topics many times because I end up with something where the top search result is for, let's say, Caddy 1, or for a PR that's already closed and been handled. And so I will go and I will add to something that's 5 years old or 10 years old or 8 years old or whatever, and I will add a link to the current documentation. I will update an old post that's the thing that I came to in the search results with the good documentation. Anyway, so this is the XKCD Denver coder. Wisdom of the Ancients. Okay? Never have I felt so close to another soul, and yet so helplessly alone as when I search an error, and there's one result, a thread by someone with the same problem, and no answer, last posted to in 2003. Who were you, Denver Coder 9? What did you see? All long help threads should have a sticky, globally editable post at the top saying, "Dear people from the future, here's what we figured out so far." Right? This is the philosophy that I live by when it comes to forums and threads. And there's a lot of people, you know, especially the people that, well, the kind of people that like to close out forum threads, for whatever weird reason, they do not like the type of person that I am. They hate it. They hate it when you resurrect an old thread. It's like, look, this is the new information that's valid. Well, the OP asked about how to do this. It's like, well, I got here in search to do this, so I don't care what the OP asked. What I care is that the keywords in this thread are relevant, so I'm going to say, hey, I got here from searching for how to do X, and this is the answer that I found, you know? Like I keep those tabs open while I'm searching through things. I'll have 4 or 5 tabs open, and when I find the answer, I'll go post the answer back in the old threads because I fight for the users. I'm going to Tron that BZ. Anyway. Down the bottom. Is that what we were talking about, or did I just go on a rant that was not related to anything? Because I just saw down at the bottom, there's 2. But I'm wondering what makes Blake. What makes Blake? I don't know. What makes Blake? No, that's not it. Blake hash function. Oh, okay, cha-cha. So cha-cha is used by SSH. Oh. I went on that rant for nothing. Okay, now I understand. Now I understand. Now it's clear to me. You're spell checking my post. Got it. Got it. Okay, well, I hope you enjoyed the angry rant. Yeah, there's a little bit of, time delay too. What? There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, anyway, so I have made posts on the Caddy community and in the GitHub to which they have, in response to my post, have specifically locked it for comments. And then, like, oh, you should not reply to an old thread. Then you reply to it, bro. Anyway, that stuff just ticks me off. I don't understand why people lock threads. Like, it's one thing if you're getting spam in there, but if it's, hey, here's this tangential but related thing for people that need to know. Yeah. Anyway. Good. Good. All right, so here we go. Pew! And maybe one day I'll get back to, and this is the bad thing about me. I'll ask a question, and then sometimes people will write a book of an answer, and I won't check it for 15 years. I'll forget about this, and then I'll come back in 10 years, and I'll be wondering the same thing, right? I'll totally forget that this ever happened. I'll totally forget, because I probably noticed this before. I've probably asked the same question, just like I said the thing about how I remembered about CPU ID and wondering why that was there. I'm very paranoid about dependencies, which, you can be paranoid about dependencies in Go because there's few of them enough that you can actually look into them and make sure that the author is legit. There's an attack that someone is perpetrating right now where they are trying to convince me, and I assume other authors of a particular module. There's a few of us that are listed as authors on it and have write permissions, and he's trying to convince me to allow him to rewrite it in TypeScript so that he can insert in this utils dependency. And the utils dependency, as far as I can tell right now, is clean, but what's going to happen, it's a supply chain attack, right? So what they do is there's a puppet master and a puppet, and the puppet is the one that has the GitHub account, and they're probably getting paid some amount of money to futz around with their GitHub account that's probably got a fake name on it, but it looks legit, right? Like they probably bought somebody's GitHub account, and then they're having, so it's probably not even the puppet's GitHub account. They probably bought somebody's GitHub account, somebody who had a little bit of stuff on there. Then the puppet interacts with people on LinkedIn and GitHub and stuff like that, and they gain the trust. They say, oh, I want to get a PR in, I want to help clean this up, I want to help put this in TypeScript, I want to help update this to the latest version of Go 124 with best practices or whatever, right? Then they do some work and they try to get you to approve their PR that has a seemingly benign dependency that you're not supposed to notice, okay? Then they sleep on it. They are targeting a particular person. They're creating a dependency chain. They're targeting a particular person either that already has your dependency as one in their stack, or that they already have gotten someone else to accept, right? So they already got somebody else to accept a PR that had my thing as a dependency, maybe, right? And so they're working backwards through the stack, trying to make these PRs to help clean up stuff, and then trying to find somebody in the chain that's going to accept this new dependency that is one of theirs, but it's by like another puppet account or something. And then it's going to be really benign. It's just some utils package or some format function or whatever. It's very benign. It's got a generic name, but it's a new package that has almost, no stars on it. It's, 3 months old and it's got 100 stars or something like that. It's all just puppet accounts starring it or whatever. And then because they have control of that package, they're going to wait until the right time, because there are certain security metrics that will go off when you add new packages, when you're doing enterprise software or using enterprise tools. So they'll flag packages that don't have enough stars, or that are new, or that are too small, or that have obfuscated code in them, whatever. So what they'll do is they'll have a patch release go in for the utils package that has the malware. And so that's an attack that's being perpetrated right now. So anyway, it makes sense to be paranoid of dependencies. And how many attacks have happened in the last few years? We're talking React, we're talking crypto wallets, we're talking, all sorts of different things that have happened over the last, 5-10 years. There was XZ. So these sleeper agents, depending on how sophisticated it is, XZ was probably a spy program. That was probably, maybe it was Russia, maybe it was China, maybe it was North Korea, who knows? Maybe it was Britain, maybe it was America. I don't know, right? I mean, every country has a spy program. Every country wants to get their code onto a target's computer, right? And the XZ attack was very well executed. You've got a bunch of data that it looks like compressed data. Compressed data looks like garbage, right? So you've already ignored the flag on that in your enterprise security tool. We're going to ignore the test for compressed data because, of course, compressed data looks like obfuscated garbage. It's compressed data. What is it supposed to look like? Well, but then the test uncompresses the data and then runs the payload, right? So, if a certain bit is set in the data or whatever it was. So anyway, yeah, so that's not why I'm paranoid about dependencies. That's my rationalization as to why I'm paranoid about dependencies. I'd have to think deeper. I'd have to really look inside my soul to find out why I'm paranoid about dependencies. I guess that is part of why, though. I just don't trust other people's code. Okay, auth 0, right? People are like, oh, you don't roll your own auth, blah, 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 blah. Well, you know what? If you rolled your own auth, you know what you wouldn't have done? You know what you wouldn't have done if you rolled your own auth? You wouldn't have implemented the none algorithm, okay? You wouldn't have done that. You know what else you wouldn't have done if you rolled your own auth? You wouldn't have implemented both the HMAC and the public key algorithm. You would have either implemented one or the other, so you wouldn't have been subject to the HMAC attack. And Auth0, I think it was it 2022? Like their latest CVE was only a couple of years ago. It's like, come on, this is your business. You know, this is your business. And so that's essentially 2023. Okay, JSON Web Token. You know what? My JSON Web Token doesn't have any of those vulnerabilities. You know why? Because it only implements the stuff that's actually important. It's not implementing every possible configuration of the specification, which is kind of what I started this with. You know, and like I knew back in the early days, back like 2015 or something, okay, you could kind of forgive them for the early, let's see, where was the none algorithm vulnerability? That's not listed here? Okay. But I mean, look how many vulnerabilities they've had. Is that not insane? Okay, so you think, oh, well, I'm not going to implement my own auth because I'm going to trust Auth0. They've got security vulnerabilities up the wazoo consistently over and over and over and over and over. And you think, oh, well, you know, I'm too dumb. I can't implement auth on my own. If the people at Auth0 aren't smart enough, certainly I'm not smart enough. But it's just not true because you're not trying to implement every possible thing for everybody. And this, you know, stuff is pretty well standardized. You just implement the thing you need. If you need to implement the HMAC verification, you implement the HVAC verification. You just use that on your HMAC verification endpoint. You don't use it in all of your application, you know? Yep. So anyway, I mean, that's just something came up recently where somebody told me, well, first they were saying that we were gonna be an auth provider for them. Well, that's what we were pushing for, and that, you know, that's because there was some upsell stuff and yada yada, right? So we were gonna be an auth provider for them. We got a bad look because there was another piece of software that they wanted us to integrate with. That we did the integration, we did it correctly. Well, it turns out that vendor had kind of lied to them a little bit. Or maybe lying isn't the right word, but misled them. Okay, so that vendor had misled them. And so it had misled them to believe that the white labeled version would work with their auth integration. Well, it turns out they were white labeling through another vendor, and they themselves, from what it seems, weren't paying the upgraded subscription to be able to re-white label the white label, right? So we implemented the auth correctly, showed a demo, it was working, and then when they went to deploy it, it didn't work for them. And the reason it didn't work is because we tested it according to the documentation with what we had, and we had assumed that because they had told us that, you know, they were paying for this white label thing, that it was going to work with them. We did not have any information that said, oh, by the way, asterisks, our auth doesn't work with white labels, you know? So anyway, then that company came out with their auth solution that for the white label auth solution, and they give their demo, of course, with Auth0. So that, you know, so at first they'd been saying, oh, we're going to implement our own auth solution so that we have control over the users. I'm like, yes, please do that. That is great. Every company should have their users. Every company should do that. You should not outsource the ownership of your users. I mean, it depends on what kind of business you are. If you're a pump and dump, if you're just like, okay, we're gonna get a bunch of investment money, we're gonna do the minimal amount of effort to get something that we can sell to someone else, and then it's their problem, then I don't know. I mean, I guess that's how a lot of people do business. But anyway, so yeah, so we'd kind of gotten a bad look because the optics, right? Because we implemented it, we told them it was done, and then when they deployed it, it didn't work, and it looked like it was our fault, like we had done something wrong. We did not. We followed the documentation, we implemented it correctly, and then they came out with this new thing. Okay, so then we're going to integrate with them with Auth0, and we have this conversation with them, and I mean, and their team is a little disjointed. Like they have some people working remote, and they have some people working part-time, and they have some people that are kind of courting some other positions. So they're kind of in this weird limbo state where the shared knowledge is not really great, which kind of makes me a little bit hesitant about some of the integration that we're doing with them. But whatever. And so, yeah, so I was talking with the old knowledge that they were going to be implementing their own auth solution and just using auth0 as a stopgap. Well, once I saw what they were doing, I said, hey, you know, like, all you got to do is implement this route, and then you're going to have the integration that you want. That you don't need to use auth0 as a stopgap, because all you need is this callback for the integration. Well, then I find out, no, that they're not going to have their own user management, that they're going to outsource that to auth0. That's new information. I knew they were doing it as a stopgap. I didn't think that was their plan going forward. Anyway, so I said, well, you know, why don't you just remove that extra layer of complexity? And the guy says, well, you know, we need the security. And I just seriously wanted to forward this to him. You know, like every year, multiple security vulnerabilities. And this one is only page 1. There's more than this. I don't, you know, so it obviously the auth libraries that I have written have not rose to the prominence of auth0, so they have not come to the scrutiny that auth0 has come to. However, being aware of some of these issues, I didn't realize there were this many. I've known a couple of the highlights, but I couldn't believe that they had one in essentially 2023. Like, that just blew my mind, because I was thinking, come on, this is your business. Like, you've got to have good people on the team and be doing some code reviews of your old code from 10 years ago, right? I mean, somebody's got to have taken a second look at that and said, okay, like, now that we've got more expertise on the team, let's make sure that this is good, right? So anyway, I mean, that just blew my mind. That just blew my mind. But yeah, so anyway, let's get back to the real deal here. I did not want to go on that rant, but I guess I did. I guess I did want to go on that rant. Anyway, all right, so back to this. We need to get CertMagic implemented. We need a cache. So I need to learn about the cache. I don't understand why the default cache wouldn't work, because what I was reading there, it sounded like the default cache wouldn't work. So, all right. Oh, bless me. Default config. Most users will call this instead of new. Only require a single config for any all certificates. If your requirements are more advanced, multiple configs depending on certificate, yes, then use new instead. You'll need to make your own cache first. If you only need a single config to manage your certs, even if that config changes, as long as it's the only one, customize the default package variable, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I think it's okay for us to have the default cache. Maybe. New cache options. This opens. There it closes. Okay. All right, so let me read this again, because I'm hoping that I don't need a different cache for each config. I think what it's saying is that it just needs to be able to pass back the config. So sync.map should work for this, because these are add only. We're not going to remove them or change them. We're just going to add them. Or if we do make a change, it's going to be very rare. So, well, right now, all right, so let's do cert cache, new cert cache options. And I'm imagining that certificate is going to have, I kind of want to name this cert instead of certificate. They're not going to return the default. That seems kind of weird. Weird. All right. Wait, invalid operation. I think this is griping because of some other reason. Declared and not used. Declared and not used. All right, so I think that this actually is going to need to be... Oh, this is going to be CertMagic. So cert cache probably will need to be part of new listen config. Yeah, that will be part. So for new listen config, we're going to add a cert cache in here. So we will have CertMagic cert cache. This will be CertMagic.cache. CertMagic cache. There's only one cache, right? Not multiple caches. Oh, whoops. Hold on. So this needs to be CertMagic cache. So CertMagic cache. And this is going to be CertMagic.cache options. All right, and that's the wrong type of config. Let me CertMagic. Okay, CertMagic. There we go. Default logger's fine for us, but we need to change listen config to have CertMagic cache. And is this going to be a pointer? CertMagic cache declared and not used. Then we have it here. No, this one. That one's correct. Okay, cool. Boom. Anyway, yeah, the supply chain attacks are real. They're plentiful because there's so many people with so many dependencies, thousands of dependencies, they can't check them all. And I mean, some things are complex enough. You know, CertMagic is doing it's doing stuff that's challenging. So I really do wonder though if it needs to have the CPU ID. Let's go back and look at that again. CPU ID under vendor. What was that being used for? I still don't remember where I saw it. Was it in Caddy? No, it was in const CPU. Yeah, because that brings in that's why, because this brings in the CPU module. All right. Ah, there we go. See? And I wonder, this seems like something that would be in the Go standard library. Because I know that they got stuff like this in the standard library, right? So let's take a look real quick. Let's go ask Rock though. Does Go have a way in the standard library to determine or I would imagine that would be in there. Oh, okay. Okay, so I think I see what they're doing. Yeah, I thought they had a reason for this. Yeah, Blake 3 is a perfect example of how a supply chain attack could work. No one is even curious why it's being used or what the benefits are. Could be an NSA backdoor for all anyone knows. And I'm not that worried about the NSA personally, but maybe that's because I'm an American and so I don't worry as much. Okay. But yeah, here's another thing. Lots of CPUs have a SHA-2 implementation on the CPU. So let's see, AVX, whoops, AVX2. All right, cool. Now, one downside to this is that this, I believe, is determined at compile time, whereas the Blake 3 implementation is determining at runtime. And many people do not compile Go with AMD V2, V3, V4. I think it's up to V4 right now. I could be wrong about that. But the latest version would go all the way up to here. So when it gets compiled, depending on whether it's being compiled with AMD versus V2, V3, V4, this may, let's see what it says about this, if this is runtime or compile time. All right. So AVX2. And then what else was it? SSE4? Yeah. So, okay. That is something I'll go ask on the Blake one. Okay. Whoops. What do you mean? What do you mean it's not there? Okay, that's not good. Oh, that kind of makes sense, though. All right, so where's the PR? So, I mean, this right here seems innocent enough, but where was the PR for this? Was this previously owned by a different author? Or let's see. Let's try to look for AVX2, or what was it? SSE4? I don't see any pull requests. Okay. Okay. So yeah. Running the current program on startup. So this doesn't say anything about the Go CPU package. Maybe that didn't exist at the time. But I am going to bring this up. I'm glad we're having this conversation. Thanks. Because this is, you know, it's one little thing. Well, let's see. SSE 4. All right. And basically it's the whole file I'm interested in, but you know, let's put it at this. Let's copy permalink here. Let's see. And what was that one? Maybe I'll just shorten this to make it simpler, because people know what that means. I'm going to go back to that caddy post. Just see if I can reply to my... No. P.S. I'm also... I'll bring this over here so you can see. So I'm also curious to know why Blake 3 is using the CPU ID dependency rather than the Go team's AVX2 SSE for detection. Oh, did I actually put the link in there? No, I didn't. So stupid guys like me that ask questions like this save us all from supply chain attacks. Sometimes, maybe. It says feature detection, which to me sounds like this is indeed detecting. So the reason this would be used, so when you compile with AMD v3, for example, the internal compiler is going to optimize things like loops, where I believe if it has AVX 512, then certain types of loops, it can expand them out to 8 inlines at a time or some such. I'm not really familiar with assembly. I'm just learning about it as a result of my relationship with one Niles Salter. The first time he gave a presentation, it was like nothing but assembly instructions. And I had no idea what he was talking about, but little by little, I'm learning from him about it, and I am so grateful that I am. All right, I'm gonna get out of here and get back to my real work at hand. What's up, Terrace? We're just talking about backdoors and how to create supply chain attacks, which caused me to go open up a couple of issues. So all right, so we're out of there. I hate supply chains. Agreed. Agreed. The good kind of greed. The greed where we agree. Okay. So I guess where this is maybe simpler is that with this one, you'd have to have a number of files with underscores in them so that when it compiled for this architecture, it would pull in the file that's for x86 and when it, and so on and so forth. I could see that being a little bit of convenience, but yeah, that should be copy pasta in my not so humble opinion. All right, anyway, so we're gonna get back to the meat and potatoes here. All right, so TLS router, we added in CertMagic. It's griping about this here. Wait, because this one, this new CertMagic cache, do we need to ampersand this? Hold on, let's see. Cannot use variable blah blah. CertMagic cache and literal struct. Okay, fine. Now what are you complaining about then? Oh, that in the other place. Hold on. So here I did not specify that it was a pointer. There we go. All right. All right, where's my next place that's going to complain? Oh, okay. Oh, this should have been var here. Let's write this the idiomatic way. What? It kept the parentheses? I thought for sure Go format would strip those. All right, so now we're back here looking at magic. We have lc.certMagic cache. A little bit of stuttering, but I think it's okay. And then this is the one where we're essentially going to have to create a new CertMagic instance every time we do this. I guess that's fine. But first, let's go back and look at that certificate info. So we need to go find certificate and then make sure. Okay, so it was taking a hash of the certificate. How was it doing in the default cache again? Let's go back and look at that default cache because I want to see how he's doing it by default. I think he's just using a Blake 3 hash of the certificate and then mapping that to the config. So I think there's a cert.hash, and I think that he's mapping cert.hash to the config. So let's see, cert.hash, blah, blah, blah. Yep. Fill cert from leaf, certificate. Okay, so where's his default? What's his default cache doing then? Well, he only has one config, so he doesn't have to map anything. That's why he doesn't have to map anything, is because he's... Okay, all right. So cert.certificate.certificate. Cert dot what then? Cert dot certificate names. All right. Okay. I understand. All right. Append. Oh, IP address. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Email addresses. Oh. Common name is deprecated. Then what do we use instead? All right. Ha! Not understanding spoken English, and not even the code, but exciting to watch. All right, Judy. Where are you coming in from? Yeah, the past few times I haven't had much engagement in comments. Terrace has been here a few times. But when we get more engagement in comments, that's when I go on the crazy rants. Just like shake the monitor until it breaks in half. All right. Okay, I think I have to do that. Okay. So, certificate. For right now, we're only going to do... Let's see. So right now I think that we're going to do... I don't know what the optimization should be, so we're not going to optimize. We're just going to do one-to-one certs. So I can just put a little... All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, we're going to build out our map. Actually, no, we probably don't even need to sync on this because we're going to build out the map when we start, and we're not going to change that map. But we'll leave it sync. I don't think it's going to matter for the type of volume that we're looking at right now. But if we want to eke the performance out of this, we want it to be able to be massively parallel without contention. So we want to build as much of the config on startup as we can, so that we can do reads without ever worrying about contention or racing. Let's see, more like a few months. I don't know what that was in response to. It was probably worth a good chuckle, but I didn't catch it. Costa Rica, coming from Costa Rica. Okay. Cool, cool. See, now I got all silent because you're Costa Rican. And I'm thinking, oh, I got to brace. I got to brace because I'm about to get an earful. But, I'm safe. I'm in my shed in the desert. You can't hurt me here, you crazy Costa Rican person. Well, I imagine that this is true and well known. Like, in America, it's well known that other people outside of America find Americans to be boisterous and rude. And I would imagine it's well known in oh, sorry, I got so mixed up. That's not Costa Rica, that's Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. Okay, never mind. I'll finish telling the story, but I just got mixed. I actually don't know what the stereotype for Costa Ricans is, but the stereotype for Puerto Ricans is that they are loud and angry and sassy. And it's not just a stereotype. Every Puerto Rican I've known is that way. I think I've only known Puerto Rican women. Maybe the Puerto Rican men are more docile. But I don't know. Actually, I don't know anything about Costa Ricans, so never mind. Now I've just embarrassed myself. Oh well. Oopsies. Oopsie daisies. All right. Add option to config sans. What were we going to do here? So we're going to take that CertMagic conf map, and we were going to look at cert dot. We're just going to take the first name, I think, is what we're going to do. Let me double check the code here. Have I said enough how much I love how easy it is to browse Go source code and just figure stuff out looking at the source code? All right, names, common name. Wait, email? What? IP addresses, email addresses. What? URIs. What? Okay, I need to learn something here. Oh, also we need to pick a new genre. All right, you've got 15 seconds to help me choose. Our choices are everything here on this list. So go take a look at this list and let me know what genre you would like to hear. I'm really tempted to pick Esperanto. I've already picked Esperanto, but we can vote on something else. We can do it together. Because we have the length of this song to vote on something that isn't Esperanto, because it is the entire playlist is this one song. All right, so with that, all right, I am very confused. All right. common name, DNS names, IP addresses, email names, URIs. So names is correct. Supposedly common name is deprecated. I think that that's a load of bologna. Also, this is interesting because I don't know, but this seems so strange to me. Does Let's Encrypt support any of this? I'm gonna ask Grok. Here we go. Oh. All right, that didn't give me exactly what I wanted. Let's try again. Oh, that's much better. Okay, let's go back to DNS names. Oh, that's not what I wanted to go to. I want to go to Grok. Although, I might ask Jippity as well. Wait, do they literally have the same interface? They do. They do. Grok's is a little nicer. A little easier on the eyes. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. I found this in the CertMagic codebase. Does ACME even support email or URI verification? See, this, if you don't want to have security vulnerabilities, do not add features that aren't real. This is the problem that we just talked about with Auth0. Everybody falls victim to this. Our own egos tell us one day the standard that hasn't been kept to the extent that we want to enable it for the last 50 years is going to extend to have support with my module. But no, that's not happening. But maybe Zero SSL does this. That was a big part of the reason that this was able to be built, was because it was funded by Zero SSL. Did we get any picks on the music? I don't see any. You better pick something. Pick one of the tags up at the top. It says genre, ambient, ballad, big beat, bluegrass, blues, bossa nova, breakbeat, chamber, cinematic. I'm going to cinematic now. We've done cinematic a lot in the past. Impressionist. That could be cool, actually. Let's try impressionist. Polka, always a good one. Always a good one. And then there's a list of how many are in the mix. I think that the YouTube playlists are only 25 long regardless. It's been a while since we've done piano or strings. I can also try mellow. I don't want to try dark. We could do synth. Anyway, I'm going to do impressionist for now. Again, waiting for someone else to make a suggestion from the list. So here we go with impressionist. Yeah, this is only showing 15 in that list, which does not make sense to me because impressionist... Oh, wait, no, never mind. Impressionist is not one of the ones that was on the list of hundreds. Yeah, it says there's only 15 in that list, period. So that is the accurate number. Okay. Anyway. How about Zero SSL? Any idea why CertMagic would support those fields? And let's just double check. Let me go back here. Can I copy this? I can copy this. Let's just copy it over here. I like to get, you know, with AIs, you got to check multiple of them because they just spit out nonsense. So it gives you, you know, gives you an idea. And if they both agree, then it's more likely. Okay. Okay. Does not support URI verification. Yeah. Like I get when it's minimal effort like this, it kind of makes sense. It's like, oh, it's minimal effort. Why not just include support for this? So I did that with the ED25519 as well. You know, it's one if statement. Why not add it in just in case it's supported in the future, or because I want it to be supported in the future is really my thing. I would like us to just have fewer key formats and just use the same keys for certificates, for SSH, etc., etc. All right. So what did Jippity say? No, I did not ask it. I didn't ask it. What is Jippity going on about? It's just spitting out nonsense. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So Jippity is not getting my full text. Oh, wow. I wonder if that's because I'm no longer paying for Jippity. Because I started using Grok and I realized Grok's so good, I don't want to use Jippity. Because I was getting better results with Grok and I was getting worse results with Jippity. And so I stopped paying, but maybe now that I'm not paying on Jippity, maybe that would make a lot of sense because I've been getting absolutely terrible results on it. I mean, they should at least say, hey, we just cut off your stuff. So yeah, okay. Don't truncate my prompt. Read the whole thing. Let's see what happens there. Ha! Oh, good. Good. See, I don't know what's going on, but Jippity is just giving absolute crap answers these days. Okay. So it looks like the answer is it probably was really cheap to implement, so he just put it in there. So their email verification is the admin domain. It's not, okay, so different thing. I have trouble understanding English, but I'm curious, what is this project about? I probably don't understand much. Okay, this project, I will give you the link so that you can see. But this project is for proxying between web servers at the level of SNI and ALPN. So it's a highly technical project. Even if you did understand English very well, this project is difficult to explain, other than to say that with a cloud service, which I am building along with Jojo and Ryan, so bnna.net, this is cloud hosting that we are developing. We have been using Caddy as a reverse proxy with its experimental layer 4 module. We've hit some snags with the experimental module, so we're building our own. And the purpose of this is to, when a website request comes in, for it to look at the name and then look at the purpose, whether it's HTTP or SSH or Postgres, and then route to the correct instance on the cloud service. So that's the goal with this. And because this is not work that I'm getting paid for, this is work that is contributing to I got distracted by your Joseph's comment there. Since I'm not getting paid for this is something that's contributing to another project. I'm going on wild tangents just to continue to learn more and refamiliarize myself with the ecosystem. I am doing more Go projects now, which is awesome. So I now have regular paid Go work as well, which is great. But I have not been working in Go day to day, and so I'm taking lots of time to reacquaint myself with modules that I haven't used in a few years. And CertMagic, this module has changed a lot in that time. And I just care. I care about the craftsmanship of code, and I've got the luxury of really looking into this, so I'm taking it. All right. Hey, AJ, Jippity. Why? Wait, I don't get it. You're putting hyphens there because you wanted to make it sound like it was a Jippity response? Is that the thing? I hit enter by mistake. When you're logged out, it uses 4.1 mini, hence the lameness. Only paid users use the real 4.0 and 4.1. Yeah, I don't know. Over the last few years, yes, they top the benchmarks over and over again, but they don't top for me. I am not seeing better results out of Jippity. I was seeing better results out of Quinn and Grok. And that's why I thought, I haven't even been using ChatGPT for any of the important stuff. Like, I'll ask it dumb questions just to get vocabulary or something, but they all can handle the dumb questions. So I just stopped using it for the most part. I mean, I'll open it up to verify, but so let's see. Can I choose what model I'm using? Jippity Plus. I mean, it used to have the ability. Can I choose here? Can I choose here? 4.0. Oh, no, I'm on 4.0, bro. Bruh. I'm not on 4.1 mini. I'm on 4.0. Wait, 4.0 and 04? Oh, please. Please, you gotta be kidding me. And I do not like the reasoning models. I don't like it on DeepSeek. I don't like it on Quinn. I don't even think Grok has that option, but reasoning models, they do not work well. I don't understand what the hype is. They're wicked slow. They output so much useless information, and their answers are not correct. So I really don't understand. I know that they're better at benchmarks. They're like 3-4 points higher on benchmarks, but I don't see it. Every single time I use a reasoning model, after I, wait for my pizza to finish cooking and come back and get the answer, it's just garbage. And I know that, I guess, in the medical field, I don't know if people are really getting good answers, but I know that that's what they claim is it's PhD level medical research. Maybe, but from what I'm seeing on the coding side, I don't see it. I don't know if other people are having a better experience with the reasoning models for code. I do not. I do not get good results. So, yeah. And I wasn't really using, what was it? I think it was 4.0. I think when 4.0 came out is when I started using Jippity, because before that, it was just absolutely useless. It wasn't helpful at all. Maybe if I had a vocabulary question, I'd go to it, but I would never go to it for code because it just spat out absolute nonsense. 4.0 came around and it was world changing. It's like, whoa, I can actually get this to write functions and they work. But since 4.0, I have not seen anything on the Jippity side that's better. And I guess that causes me to be more and more biased against them. But the reasoning model stuff, I mean, I've got Quinn right here, okay? Like Quinn's right here, ready and waiting for me to put in a prompt. This is not the reasoning model on Quinn, but it's because I have not gotten good results in any of them when it comes to the reasoning models. They're all bad. Anyway, let's get back to the work here. Okay, I see. You don't like them either. Great. A lot of people have switched off OpenAI. Claude 3.7 and Gemini 2.5 are incredible. I just like Grok. I have seen some stuff coming out of Gemini. I've seen people get stuff done in Gemini that is impressive. I'm not at all interested in Claude. I don't really understand what the appeal is. Don't like reasoning models. Yeah, I just use it for code completion. I don't like code completion. I do not like code completion for the same reason that the Primeagen doesn't. I don't like having to review slop appearing in front of me while I'm trying to get work done. If I'm in the middle of writing code, I do not want the code completion because I know what code I need. I can formulate that in my head, and having to review bad code that's being generated, because sometimes it saves you time, right? But the majority of the time it won't. So, for every once in a while, it's saving you time. You're losing time every single time you type, having it generate something. Unless you're doing stuff that's really generic. I could imagine it working really great for Ruby on Rails, where, everything's really well defined. I imagine for the stuff I'm doing here, it would be terrible. I don't know. I did use tab 9. In fact, I think my most popular YouTube video of all time ever is a little 30-second clip I made that tab 9 turned into an ad. So I'll give you a link to that. I thought this was really cool. This was before Jippity. They launched their product. I don't know if it was their beta or their V1. They launched their product literally within weeks of Jippity being announced public. I felt so bad for them because they really had something interesting that was working well. And then their business model was blown away in a single swoop. But the thing that I don't like about it is that it causes Vim to be slower to open and close files. And I just don't want Vim to be slow. I want Vim to be fast. Oh, wait, why did it stop here? Oh, I've used my YouTube allotment for the month. So it's pausing videos randomly to see if I'm still watching. Did you know that YouTube will do that to you? It'll be like, you've used too much YouTube. No more tube for you. Okay, I do not like this, but we're going to go with it. I don't even know if we need that. Since we have this in a closure, do we even need it down here? Because it's already getting an implicit reference to the object via this. So it may not need it. All right, CertMagic cache. Oh. Oh, we can't index, right. So we got to do load. And then what is it? We got to do dot star CertMagic.config. And then over here, we have to take CFG and OK. And then do if not OK, then return nil fump.errorf config not found. So this should be a panic. Or should it? It's going to have a different config. Okay. Okay, so actually... Okay, I understand now. Because we only want to have one magic instance if we can, which we can. Oh, CertMagic.magic? Was it manager? What does new CertMagic return? That's what we got to figure out here. Wait, what do we do? All right, exit. No, that's not what I wanted. No. What do I want to do? I want to go back here. I wanted to go back here. I wanted to see CertMagic.new. Yeah. Give me the new. Wait, the new config returns a config? What? What? I thought it was called manager. Okay. Manage async. Yeah, I don't think we want that. I think that's actually bad. But that should still work. As long as the domain is pointed here. Yeah, I think that we would want this to back off sooner. I wonder if there's a way to back that off sooner. Because 30 days seems too long. I would say... I need a better way to mark... I need a better way to mark when a config's no longer valid. Okay. All right, new with cache. New. On demand. Yeah, see, it paused it again. No, no, it didn't. That song just ended early. Never mind. Renewal window ratio. Huh? Okay, we do want on event. Storage. These things I think should actually be, in many cases, if not most cases, I would think that these should be return an error or panic. Reasonable enough, though. All right. So we're going to need to do storage. I really want to do storage in the database. No, there's no Postgres. CockroachDB should be Postgres. Oh no. Oh no. Ah, this is probably still just fine. Also, I need to... I've got some water and going into water jugs right now. And I need to fill up some water jugs in a minute. Sorry, I've got water going into a big tote. I have a water filter for my aquariums because, well, I don't even know if I need it really, but it's been said that the shrimp prefer more low concentration, like more pure water. They like water that's slightly acidic, and pure water is slightly acidic, which you'd think that it'd be neutral because that's the idea, right? Water. But distilled water is not stable. Pure water is not stable. So it will absorb the air, and that will make it acidic. So pure rain is acidic. So when you hear all those stories about the acid rain, some of those are probably true and concerning, but some of those are because people don't know that water absorbs air to complete itself because it's not stable. And yeah, if you don't put salts in water, then the water will absorb the air. But if you put salts in the water, and salt not meaning table salt, but basically electrolytes, put electrolytes in the water, it stabilizes. Anyway, and it can be alkaline. But yeah, so for the fish, I actually probably don't need the filtered water, because the fish that I have are primarily live bearers, which actually prefer hard water, alkaline water. But even, yeah, my water is probably a little too alkaline for their liking, being that I live in the desert and that the water comes from the snow coming off the mountains, and the snow is acidic, but then as it comes down the mountain, it becomes alkaline because it eats away at the stone. So it's highly, highly, highly alkaline. And so I need to mix filtered water with tap water for it to be ideal for the fish. But the shrimp prefer the more acidic water, as do the snails. Actually, there are some snails that prefer acidic water, which doesn't make any sense, but the snails prefer the harder water anyway. Okay, so back to this storage, key source, on event. So we do need on event, we do need I'm going to go ahead and set renewal window, because I don't know what renewal window is supposed to be. Oh, whoops. That's what I expected that it was going to be, is 1/3. For simplicity's sake, personally, I would have gone with 30%, but that's fine too. All right, so let's go ahead and fill that in. So this is CertMagic cache, and then we should have, where's our actual CertMagic function? Did I accidentally get rid of that? I think I did. Oh no, here it is. All right. So let's go with 0.5 or 0.3 on event. I did see what this function looked like, but I need to know again. I know that it had error, and I know that it had name, and I know that it had some sort of mappy doodle. I think it was let's see. Data. There we go. Context. So I think the context, I'm not sure if the context is used to cancel. Oh no, the context is used, whatever this does, if this gets canceled, then the thing that it's doing should also get canceled. That's what that was about. Let's see. Boop-a-doop, boop-a-doop. 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 All right, what else do we need to do? Yeah, that was too soon. Get off my back, okay? Key source, I'm not too worried about. Default server name, we're not going to deal with that. Storage, we do need to put in our own storage mechanism. And I've already mostly defined that. Where did it go? Right here. Okay. New listen config. There's just a whole bunch of... Should probably just group all of this. I need that config to contain some stuff here that it doesn't. Okay, so this is a to-do here. Because we don't really want to do the CertMagic storage. But I just want to create that relationship for now so that I can go backfill it later. So I think what I'll do is I'll actually rename it to this here. Because we'll provide some sort of config details. It's basically the Postgres string or the file string. I think we could do that. We could do a URI where it's file. CertMagic data dir. Okay, so if event name is not equal to cert obtaining, then we just return nil. Otherwise, return nil. To do. I think it was cert obtaining. So let's see if we can go back into CertMagic. Cert obtaining. I wonder if this goes negative. Oh, whoops. Okay. So new CertMagic needs to return a config. I'm confused. CertMagic. Oh, it's supposed to be config. I think that's what that's supposed to be. We'll see. We'll see. But we're going to get rid of... I like that much better. And then here... Oh, you know what? I need to let that water into the bucket. Forgot to do that 10 minutes ago. Then I have to set a timer for 10 minutes. Set a timer for 10 minutes. Where'd my other timer go? Okay, there we go. I don't need the one for 12 minutes now. Okay, why is this not being aligned? What they ought to do is they ought to align it like this. But they're not doing it. Okay. I'm kind of confused. Cannot use config variable of struct type config as. Okay, what did I do wrong? Oh, right. Okay, this doesn't seem right. What is it griping about? What's this one griping about? What's this one griping about? Okay, so that had new cache. Okay. Okay, what's missing? What's missing? Are we missing? Why is my highlight function all messed up? Ah, because there's an if here. Which ought not to be there. There we go. Okay, that's fine. Okay. All right, what are we loading? Single value context. Okay, what did I do wrong here? Ah, look at that. Part of the system prompt came out. Interesting. All right, let me go look at sync map real quick. Sync.map, go. Load. Ah, I understand now. I understand now. Okay. So my problem is that the OK is already coming across. All right. So this one has optional whatchamadoodle. All right. Okay. Oh no, HomeDir. What? They had a custom implementation of HomeDir? That's probably for supporting older versions of Go or something. It just didn't get cleaned out. Let's check and see. Yeah, this is just old. So this should have been replaced with I think it's os.home a long time ago. They may not have wanted to do it because it may be more extensive than the normal home test, because this is testing user profile as well as home drive and home path. So if we go into Go OS Home, so they added this several years back. User HomeDir. Let's just go take a look at it. User profile, home, home, get NV, Android. On some geese, the home directory is not always defined. Shouldn't it have checked? Is that supposed to... Oh, goose, geese. Because on some Go OSs, on some geese... It's funny to me that Plan 9 has got first-party support, but it may have a practical purpose. It might be a joke because they worked on Plan 9, but there may be some... Because Plan 9 is not even in active development anymore. But it may also serve the practical purpose of, if it runs on Plan 9, it'll run on lots of different environments. All right, my 10-minute timer is about to go off. And then I need to use the next timer. Okay, use HomeDir. So my guess is that some stuff that was working would not work if they changed this. Yeah, because here they default to dot. Okay, so it's just backwards compatibility. That's all it is. And that makes sense, you know? If you already had a way that was working and you made some different decisions, the standard library, and you made those, you know, there was a major version change, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it makes sense. Got to get out of the habit of using single quote all the time. And all my code I have strings double quoted, but because I'm used to prettier, I just hit the string, the single string, and then it would just convert it automatically, so I don't have to worry about it. All right, what was I doing here? Happy path, SNI, ALPN, domain. Okay. So this is where, for the wild cards, we could support. Okay. All right. All right, my jug is about half full. And once it gets full, I'm going to go dump it out in the back. So I'll be gone for a minute while I do that. And then I'll be back. But I'm going to try to get this tub empty because I actually want to let it run all 8 hours. I know that it doesn't fill up in 8 hours. So I want to let it run all 8 hours tonight and then just get it in the morning. Anyway, we're pretty close to midnight. And I was hoping, this has only been a 3-hour stream, but I was hoping to get to the point where we actually get a certificate. So I might maybe get more serious about this for the next little bit. What is it complaining about? All right, so we do have a problem here. Because we're not going to support HTTP. Here, we might just support a redirect, but we're not going to support HTTP, which means that we need to do, what was it? ACME Z dot ALPN1 dot 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 dot. Something like that. Let's go back here. ACME TLS1. Let's see if I got any response back yet on that. Nope. All right. And where are we at here? 15 out of 15. That one's done. So is the next one going to be? Let me go back up to the top where there's hundreds of these. Synth, electronic, electric guitar, piano. Piano is one we haven't done in a while. I love the piano playlist. I'm hoping that this one actually has 2,000 items in the playlist. That would be amazing. No, it's only got the first 25. That's sad. ACME. ACME. No. Okay. This stuff is garbage. Okay, if you're going to name something, have the decency to name it. Imagine someone asking you, what's your child's name? Well, we call him Samuel or Shmuel, whichever you prefer. No. You name the child Samuel and you call him Sam, or you call him Shmuel, but you don't tell other people, okay, here's a list of things you can call him. You know, no, your name, like the name of a thing is, the outsider does not get to dictate the name of the thing unless it's a GIF. That's where the outsider, like if it's an inanimate object and it obviously has a pronunciation and the author got it wrong, then the community wins. But you don't, no, as the author, you have to assert something. You know, ACME Z. ACME Z. ACME Z. ACME Z. ACME Z. ACME Z. I get, okay. Oh, this is one of those things like Balderdash. ACME Z. ACME Z. So, okay, never mind. Okay, it's a joke. I get it now. Because no matter whether you pronounce it ACME Z or ACME Z, you're still pronouncing it ACME Z. ACME Z. ACME Z. You know, because in my mind, I was saying ACME Z or ACME Z. But now I realize that whether I say ACME Z or ACME Z, I don't know that you can hear the difference. I think the difference is in my own mind. Okay, got it. All right. High-level rapper? I don't think so, sir. I do not think it is a high-level rap. CertMagic is a high-level rapper. ACME Z is not a high-level rapper. It is a low-level API, but we'll pretend. We'll play pretend. ACME Z. I probably sounded so funny. Did it like the whole time I've been pronouncing it the two ways? ACME Z. ACME Z. They're actually the same pronunciation. All right. I just want to find out if this is correct. Yeah, all right. That's what I thought. ACME TLS 1. All right. That's what I thought. Oh, there we go. I've got about 1 to 2 minutes left on this. Well, I might as well just go ahead and deal with this. Okay, I'll be right back. Good old ACME Z. Okay, you probably don't want to hear that over and over again. I like to leave the alarms going so that I don't forget about them. But you probably don't like hearing it. So. All right, I'm going to go get some water in the tank, baby. Now you get to see behind the curtain. This is where my soldering station is, as well as my big fish tank with the big shrimp farm. They're little shrimp, but it's a big farm. It's a 40-gallon tank. So yeah, I'm just gonna dump 5 gallons in here because over the last several months, water is slowly evaporated ever so slightly. Oh, I'm almost back. Got about a gallon left to pour, maybe. All right. Oh, and this one needs some more water. This one probably needs its probably needs the air bubbles exchanged. I'll let that run for a day or two. I'm almost here. But I don't know if I'm really almost here. Well, there's only so much water left in this. Okay. That should do it for another 6 months or so. All right, coming back out. All right. And then I got to set my water timer again. Set a timer for 11 minutes. I say 11 because I think 22 minutes is the perfect amount of time at the current flow rate. Okay, and I'm back. Okay. All right, I don't like this one. Skip. Okay, here we go. ACME Z. So I need to figure out let's go back a little bit. I'm a little confused because this is actually config, but I'm pretty sure later on manage sync. Do I need to be calling manage? Okay, cache. Get config for certificate. Okay, issuers. Oh, speaking of typos, earlier I spelled pared down like a pairing of two rather than pared down like a narrowing. I was just looking at my previous message, seeing if anybody had replied. All right, so what am I doing here? I might not want to be using get certificate. I'm just so confused about this one. Okay, so what does get certificate do? Okay. So we would need to call get certificate. Okay, what is it not like this for? Okay, it's saying it can't be part of JSON anyway. No, it's unused. Okay. Okay. I gotta give this to a friend. Well, let me see what's in my paste buffer here. Oh, it is something kind of important. Glad I pasted that out. Okay, copy video URL. All right. So config magic storage is going to be okay, what are we in? Oh, just CFG then. Okay. Okay. All right, we're gonna figure this out. Wait, hold on. Did we run out of water? No, we didn't. Any water in there still. Just not filling up as fast as I thought. Or maybe not as much time has passed as I thought. No, it's been 11 minutes, so that should be over halfway full. Well, not over. It should be just ever so slightly under halfway full. But whatever. Okay. CertMagic file storage. All right, repeat. Oh, okay, right. Okay, that's all good. think that's what that means. All right, so here, git config for cert. I'll load the cert. Okay, I think for the purpose of testing this out, we're going to set the challenge to a DNS challenge. Well, you know, it's kind of late. I might just have to leave this one undone. Okay. How do we choose the solver? That's my question. Is this CertMagic or is it... Yeah, okay. How do we choose the solver? Let's go back here. I probably need to close out some of these. I got too many open. To enable it, okay, so I need to go look at the ACME issuer struct. Okay. Hey, Aaron. That's interesting. All right. Let's see. Not before. Disable HTTP challenge. That's going to be correct. Oh, that's so weird. I got a dependency on itself issue. What? How do we... Okay. Wait, what about issuers then? Wait, is this not... I am so confused right now. ACME issuer. Okay. The ACME issuer. This is an issuer. And the issuer has a solver. And the solver is going to be... Let's see. Okay. This makes sense. All right, let's see. Do we have duck in here? Good. Oh, wow. All right, this one's a little too loud. I'm going to skip it. All right. Oh, cool. API token. Right on cue. Okay, do not let me let the water overflow. I want to let it fill up for 30 seconds or so. Actually, I'm just going to go ahead and turn it off. Let's see, is it dripping or is it streaming? It's still streaming. Okay, so this has got plenty of water. Let's see how much if I feel it with my hand. A little bit. Okay. Let's see. Set a timer for 7.5 hours. Okay. I need to visually check and see how much water's in there. And if I need to either turn off the water, because it's very scary to let water run when you're not there to ensure that it doesn't flow over, you know? So, yeah. Oh, I need my phone as a light to be able to see into the abyss. Oh! It's pretty empty. I wish I had another 5-gallon container. Hold on. I'm going to fill up a couple of 1-gallon containers. Let's see if that takes 15, no, 20, 25 minutes, 23 minutes. So 5 minutes per gallon, 4.5 minutes per gallon. Oh, those are already full. Is that one full too? Let's see. Oh, no, this one's not. Okay. So, set a timer for 4.5 minutes. Just put that in there. And let that flow. If I can find one more empty gallon, that would be great. Because I don't think there's a full 5 gallons left in there empty. See, this gallon's empty, and I can empty out this gallon. It's all of that. That should be enough to empty this before I go to bed. Which would mean that when I leave it running overnight, since I've left this running for 8 hours, before I know it doesn't fill up by then. Fill up that one. The spider plant's growing perfectly well. Very impressive. And then, let's see. I think I can empty this one out too. Alright. There we go. Got that one emptied out. Empty this one out. Got that one full. This one up. Okay. Fill this one up regardless. Fill this one up. Okay. So, yeah, I certainly don't think there's another 5 gallons in there, but now I have 4 gallons that are empty that I can use, so I'll be good. Okay. All right. And the water, it looks like the water's already slowing down. Sure. Hey, what's up? Elon, how you doing? I was just taking a break to fill up some water containers. Gonna try to let the water run overnight. Anyway, I was trying to not show my secret to everybody online, but oopsies. Oops-a-daisies, I did it. I showed my secret. I am so sorry. Let's see. Can use Google sign in with DuckDNS. What does this give me? This is going to be for some sort of demo. What am I going to call this? CertMagic. Cool. That's kind of weird. I'm the first person to choose. Here we go. All right, how do I do this? No .env yet? Okay, good. So, DuckDNS API token. Whoa! A moment too soon. And let's repeat that timer. I'm going to dump out this water right here. All right, I'm ready for the next. I'm draining all the water from my water tote. Oh, this not music's way too obnoxious. I thought this was supposed to be the piano playlist. That didn't sound very piano-y. All right, so here's my DuckDNS API token. Now I need golang.env. Originally an any parser, but I believe now it's actually interesting. Now it's a Go port of Ruby's .env library. Before it was just an any parser. So that's cool. Whoops. Okay, another one of the rare instances where an init might make sense. Well, actually, no, this should happen. This should never happen here. This should always happen in the command area. There we go. All right. Something like that. How do we load? Load. Some random file. Yeah, there we go. That's what I thought. All right, go mod tidy. Go mod vendor. Dang it. There we go. Could not determine package name. Oh, okay. Hold on, here we go. Go mod vendor. Okay, there we go. And I'll just have a little I'll just have a little to do here. Oh, it's going up, it's going up, Oh, okay. That was unexpected. It filled up in less than 4.5 minutes. How's that possible? Okay. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I need to empty this bucket. Okay, so TLS router, continue. libDNS, duckDNS, right? Go mod tidy. Go mod vendor. Oh no. Are we going to find that this doesn't actually conform to the new interface? April 19th. It looks like it should. All right. New ACME issuer. I'm so confused about the kind of circular dependency that it's got going on here. Yeah, it's got a config. I kind of wish it was just trimmed down to whatever it needs. What is it using the config for? Okay. Config. Then what? What? I'm a little confused by that. Because it says template. Okay, I think it's finally thinning out. Are we down to the dribble? No, we're not. Still going strong. Okay, well. Okay, default ACME email. This is kind of confusing to me. Where does it get default ACME from? Var default ACME. So I'm confused about this because let's see, this just returns a config. So maybe I can do this. Oh, whoops. Where was the DNS manager at? All right. DNS solver. I think it was like this. There we go. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to finish this tonight. I'm just going to go for a few more minutes. Oh no, it's already... Oh no, it's already leaking on the floor. Dang it. Okay, so 4.5 minutes, too much time. Because depending on which one I'm filling, it starts to overflow right about 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Which is weird because before, 4.5 minutes was the right amount of time. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now we're reaching the end. So I don't know why. Maybe it has to do with the air. So actually, as it gets emptier, you would expect that it would drain slower. I expected that. But it was actually draining faster for those last couple of gallons. And maybe it's because with the other ones, as it drains, it creates some air suction. And maybe, I mean, the lid's not airtight, but maybe that suction is just enough, or I don't know, who knows. Or maybe it's just the angle of the tube or something. Anyway, so we're gonna have to come back we got to figure this one out. All right, what is it saying? TLS certificate. TLS config, okay. All right, so now I need to see the TLS config. Go TLS config. All right, I think we're there. I think we're now at the point where it's emptying into the jug only as fast as it's being filtered. Okay, config. Bless me. Okay, get certificate. Okay. Because I don't think I want get config for client. I think I want get certificate. Oh, no. Because I also want to set next protos. Ooh, an experimental feature that's already in the standard library? Ooh. Interesting. Okay. So... all right, let's see what we need to have here. I'm guessing that really the only thing that we need to have set is let's see, SNI or something? What was it? Oops. What did we... Okay. So next protos should basically be hello. Well, okay. String. Oh, whoops. Hold on, let me move this over so I can finish out this thought and then get to bed. Okay. Set a timer for 8 hours and 30 minutes. Set a timer for 8 hours and 20 minutes. Wait, no. Set a timer for 7 hours and 16 minutes. Set a timer for 7 hours and 26 minutes. Right, so that would be 8:22 and 8:32, right? Okay. All right, let me see if I can fix this here. All right, so I got string. Oh. Right. LPN. Complete these functions. Oh, cool. That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you very much. Cool. Okay, so we actually have the same thing that we had before. All right, panic. TLS, ALPN challenge not supported yet. Okay, what was that field called? Disable ALPN challenge? Now this one. TLS ALPN. There we go. See here. All right. So I'll have to change it tomorrow. Looks like we're mostly there. All right, I'm gonna save that until I actually leave. Okay, so it looks like we're really close. Everything is in place. I might be able to try this right now. Let's see. Is there anything that's stubbed out in a way that won't work? Probably, because... Hold on. We got get certificates. We got next protos. Which actually should work if this was an ALPN challenge. I think at this point that should work. It's just that we don't have a way. We have to go through all backends. If it's a TLS ALPN 01, iterate over all backends, and if any are terminated, terminate. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and save. It's been a lot of work. Whoops. That's a lot of code. I don't want that one there. And I don't want that. Where's the Blake one? Oh, and I don't want this one there. I want those to be gone. Okay. So let's see if it rebuilds without panicking. All right, then I got to do this config map thing. Dot store. I'm gonna give it a key. Oops. What key am I giving it? CertMagic.dns.org. And I gotta store a thing, which is gonna be config. Okay. I gotta then add to this. Whoops. I gotta add domains. Let's see, terminate, TLS, true. So we're gonna do CertMagic.duckdns.org. So I need to start a web server on 80. Python.m HTTP server. And then I think it's something like port 80. Oh no, you just put 80. All right. So now if we go to localhost HTTP port 80, we get yo. Excellent. So if we do CertMagic.duckdns.org port 80, we get yo. Okay, cool. So, moment of truth. Started background certificate maintenance, whatever that means. So if we go to https certmagic.duckdns.org 4433, no TLS config. Let's make sure that we actually saved. No, we didn't save, that's why. All right. Started background maintenance. All right. And it looks like, oh, we haven't done the HTTP proxy. So it's coming through as encrypted traffic right now. So let's just check on that real quick. TLS router, backends, terminate TLS. So did find a backend. All right. All right, debug. Terminate the TLS. Okay. And then we got to figure out what to do here. And so this should not happen. All right, pass through. Wait, we already did the pass through here. Let me think about this. So do we need to pass through? Okay, so here, terminate the TLS. We're going to throw away that stuff. We need to do it there. We probably don't need to do it. We need to do it here. So the same from now on, when you read or write, do what you're told. And calling it twice shouldn't be a problem. Save the buffers, return the buffers. Okay. So the fact that we call it twice... I'm not sure why we need to call it twice. Probably don't. My brain's getting a little small. But where's the handshake going? Here, let's just try this again. No terminate TLS. I don't believe you. Clearly, backends terminate TLS. So let's take a look at this again. CertMagic, blah, blah, blah. Terminate TLS. Let's make sure this is spelled correctly. Terminate TLS. Okay, that's good. All right, now let's just go look. Okay, I don't see... Okay, back end. Terminates versus terminate. Okay. Okay, now it's doing something. Now it's thinking. No terminate, no terminate, no terminate, no terminate. So that doesn't quite seem right. Backend terminate TLS. Terminate TLS. Okay, backend. Backends. Backend. All right, so let's just print out the back end here. All right, so we are getting an empty backend here. So something went wrong there. Okay. Hmm. All right, so let's try this. Okay. So at some point I added an empty backend somehow. Not really clear on how that happened. Okay, I am going to stop the water now. Case of emergency. Not rain. Okay. All right. So this is the match, right? Okay. So address and port are obviously there. What am I doing wrong? Something silly. Faux show. And we're safe to use the for loop now because we're in a version of Go that doesn't have that bug anymore. I think. Hey, what's up, Clinton? All right, let's try one more time. And then I think I just got to go to bed regardless. There's obviously something simple going on here. Okay, backend, address, blah, 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 blah. So all of that stuff is good. And then we run this. We got backend, host, port, ALPNs, null string, proxy proto, terminate TLS true, terminate TLS true. CFG backend 0. Okay, so let's take a look at this again. No terminate TLS. Oh, whoops. Whoopsies. Whoopsies. So where was backend? Backend up here. Oh, whoopsie daisies. There we go. That was our problemo. Right there. Got it. Okay, cool. So I'm not thinking that this is necessarily going to work. It'd be really cool if it did. All right, we got a different error. That's great. Null pointer dereference. Perfectly cool. Listen config proxy. I don't see how that would have been a null pointer dereference, but let's see. What did it say? Did it give us a file? 307? Let's look at 307. Ah. Okay. There we go. That'll do it. Just a little typo. Just forgot to do a thing. All right. All right. Cool. All right. Let me restart the Python server. All right, are we just getting the same thing over and over again? Let me bring this over here for a moment so I can watch it increase or not. Okay, cool. All right, so good news, bad news. Bad news is that I didn't get a certificate. My guess, if I had to make a guess, which I have to, is that we actually, I'm just going to try this one last thing. So CertMagic misconfiguration. All right, and it actually just wants client hello. All right, let's just try this and see what happens. And then I really do need to go to bed regardless. I'm gonna have a hard time getting up tomorrow. Well, it's doing something. It's taking a longer time. Let's see. 328. I can't remember. Can't remember how to get to a line right now. My muscle memory broke. $338. $328. Let's see what's up. Doesn't make any sense. Oh, no certificate available. Yep, 338 GG. Yep, it's just G actually. GG goes to the top. Oh, wait. I guess, okay, right. Okay. GG goes to the top, but then 328G goes hold on. 328G. Shift G? What? I'm so confused right now. 328 Shift G. Shift G. Okay, so GG and Shift G both do it. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I am having a hard time with simple words at all because it's 1:46 a.m. and I was planning to go to bed at 12 and then I just kind of kept going. So I am going to get off soon, but I am working on a TLS router. So like a reverse proxy, but that operates at the level of the server name indicator and the ALPN, the application layer protocol negotiation, application layer protocol negotiation. Yeah. So a cloud service for a thing. Again, I'm struggling with words. Because I did get the thing, the G. I was doing the wrong thing because my brain's shutting down. So thank you for that. Because yeah, that's, yeah. But if you do, I've always done Shift G, but you can do GG because I always thought it was GG is top of line, Shift G is bottom of line. And so I'd always done 100 Shift G to get to line 100, but you're right, 100 GG does work too. Yeah, it's public-ish. Like it is public right now while I'm working on it at least. Thank you. I will get some good sleep. So this, I think the problem with software is subscription models. I think that it's the problem with software. So if we want to fix that, what we need to do is we need to charge for software, but we need to just charge reasonable amounts, and we need to have a few companies that focus on building software, because we don't have any companies focused on building software. We have a bunch of SaaS companies that are focused on flipping business ideas, and then we have a few giant tech conglomerates, but they don't actually release their code. They just release basically advertisements, that code that functions as advertisement, but not like the real code. So what I want to do is, in short, rewrite the entire internet, but in paid code. So you could buy a mail server, like you could buy Gmail for, say, $99. Not $99 a month, not $99 a year. You just buy it for $99, and that's it. That's it. You just buy it. And then if there are improvements to that software that you want, then you would pay $99 to buy version 2. Because then there's a relationship that way between the person publishing the software and the person consuming the software. Because with the subscription model, there's no relationship. With the subscription model, it's all about growth. They don't care about existing customers. They just care about new customers. It's all about getting new customers, more customers. It's not about satisfying customers. And the same thing with the lifetime model, that a couple of these subscription services give you a lifetime option. Well, that's stupid, because then, like, what could be worse for you as a customer than to pay once and never pay again? That's even worse than the subscription model, because they can't lose you as a customer if you buy into the lifetime model. You know, if they can't lose you as a customer, then your opinion just doesn't matter to them, right? Because they're not going to get more money from you. So why do you matter? You know, you got what you got. Shut up. Go away. So the subscription model is all about developing a ransom methodology. So we need software that you just pay for. That's the idea of once.com. Once.com isn't a lifetime model. Once.com is a version model. So you pay $2.99, free updates to any 1.x version. This is correct. This is right. And then what else do they got? They got Writebook. Writebook is free, but it's not open source. And I thought they had something else. Or is Campfire the chat tool? Campfire is their chat tool. I want a little bit different than what they're offering, because I want the ability to manage multiple groups, but I realize that's kind of an outlier case. Anyway, so there's the once thing. Anyway, so I think that what we've got here at this point is no certificate available for CertMagic. I'm not clear how that's possible, but we did get that from the panic, right? So we got that from CertMagic misconfiguration. Excellent. Cool. So this is good. I'm not going to figure this out. Okay, I'm not going to figure this out because there's something deeper here. And I don't even know. I mean, the one thing it would be nice to know if I could remember what I'm even doing, which I can't because my brain's not working. This thing right here. So we should be able to CertMagic certificate, get config for cert. So there's something else that's supposed to happen that I can't remember. Cache options, get config for cert. Okay, so get config for cert only works for renewal. So the problem that we're having is that we have it set up for renewal with the cache. There's just some layers I don't understand with CertMagic because it has a cache and the cache has to load the config, but the config probably is supposed to have, I guess, a default something or other. What is the config? So I get my config, but I get out of the map. But did I just store? I did store on this config, but then this config is not the right config. I think the problem is that the config object is too big, and I'm not sure which properties are necessary for this, but I don't think that it's all of them. But I'm not sure. But basically, I need to iterate over on startup. I need to iterate over everything, all the domains. I need to create the config for the domain, not dynamically, but at startup. And then I don't remember. My brain's broken. So I'm gonna go. Have a good night. Adios. Like, sub, follow if you want to. Where'd the end go?